Russia will have talks with Foreign Minister of the Republic of India. He will be in Moscow as the head of the official delegation of his country to take part in the SCO Council of Heads of Government. I will talk a little bit in more detail on this event a little bit later, but as a follow-up to the schedule of the minister, let me add that the heads of foreign policy agencies of Russia and India will discuss the current and future political context. They will also consider the most important topics of bilateral relations, and they will compare notes on the key international and regional agenda items, including their cooperation within the SCO, BRICS, the UN, and G20. Several events are being prepared. As for the time and format, they will be announced a little bit later. Moving on to the current international agenda, Ukraine, the Kiev neo-Nazi regime continues to attack civilian facilities, terrorizing civilians. Over the past week, the artillery shellings and drone strikes affected 53 Russian citizens, killing 8 persons. 45 were injured, including 6 children. Also, just a couple of facts of the Ukrainian crimes. The Belgorod region, from 7th to 12th of November, the drone strikes of the Kiev regime against residential houses, social facilities, and cars in Grevron, the settlements of Kozinka, Posakhovo, Belyanka, Lozovoye, Proletarsky, killed 2 people, injuring at least 8, including deputy head of the Komnos Territorial Administration, Yulia Lomonos. The Bryansk region, on the 7th of November, the drone attack against the industrial enterprise in Belyaberovsk injured 3 employees. The DPR on the 11th of November in Gorlovka, drone strike on car injured 2 people. On the 12th of November, a kamikaze drone attacked firefighters and 4 Emercom employees were injured. The Kursk region, on the 7th of November, the enemy drone attack on the civilian car in Oktyabrsk injured a 12-year-old boy. On the 8th of November, the drone struck a civilian car in Yankovo, injuring a 63-year-old driver. According to the Russian Investigative Committee, the families got over 300 bodies of citizens of Sudzha. They were victims of the Ukrainian armed forces incursion in the Kursk region. This is the kind of tragedy that was not covered by the media. It was not just a staging. It is a result of a crime of the Kiev regime, and these crimes were committed by terrorists and extremists. Besides that, in this city, during the search and rescue operations, bodies of 112 citizens of Sudzha were found and exhumed. They perished due to Bandera fighters. The Saratov region, November 8th, the drone attack injured 2 civilians. The Kherson region, November 9th, the Ukrainian fighters shelled a car on the road near Novaya settlement, killed a woman. In Kalanchik, a civilian woman was injured. Zaporozhye region, on the 12th of November, Ukrainian armed forces made an artillery shelling and used drones against residential areas in various settlements, killing a woman. And for all these crimes, they will pay, and they are already paying for that. Russian courts continue to pass sentences on Ukrainian neo-Nazi and mercenaries. The punishment of 24 years in prison was given to fighter Maxim Benzenko. On the 14th of September 2024, he killed a civilian in the settlement of Grodovko. 28, 13.5, and 13 years in prison in absentia were the sentences to mercenaries from Georgia, Colombia, the Czech Republic, Gram Burashvili, Kevin Javier Ramirez Nieto, and Karolina Chernoshkova. They are on an international wanted list. 13 years in prison were given to 2 fighters from Colombia, Jose Aron Medina Aranda and Alexander Ante. They participated in hostilities as part of the Ukrainian battalions, Karpatsky Sech, and later on they were extradited from Venezuela to Russia. On the 6th of November, the investigative committee reported that indictment in absentia were brought on 75 high-profile representatives of the military and political leadership of the Kiev regime, including former members of the National Security Council, Arseniy Yatsenyuk, Sergei Pashinsky, Alexander Litvinenko, Valentina Nalyvaichenko, and others. As part of these criminal investigations, over 132,000 people were found victims, including over 24,000 minors. And moving on to their mentors, reportedly the Kiev clique, although there is an official ban that was lifted for the foreign trips for people aged 18 to 22, the Kiev clique is ready to take any steps, including information campaigns, to get these people back. And to this end, the Kiev regime tried to play on the sentiments among the Europeans, well, not to cancel, but at least to decrease significantly the benefits and preferences for Ukrainians in Europe. They plan to focus on shutting down the temporary protection programs and projects related with Ukrainian immigrants, promoting EU initiatives to bring them back home. They also intend to use their signature methods, provocations, delation, and discreditation, including the imitation of a negative perception of Ukrainians by the citizens of the EU. What does it tell us? Zelensky needs to kill even more citizens of Ukraine, and it is clear to everyone already, one of his tasks, besides redistributing enormous amount of money, and besides the shenanigans with weapons, he also intends to destroy the citizens of Ukraine, the citizens of this region. When it comes to hatred towards Russia and everything Russian, that is something that we've been mentioning constantly, and I have mentioned it in the beginning of my remarks, but I would like to specifically highlight here that indeed it is not possible to reject it. One of the goals set by this aggressive West, or say the global minority, namely the liberal Western regimes, one of their tasks that Zelensky faces is to destroy the population of Ukraine. There is no other way to explain it and to decipher it. The Ukrainian Foreign Ministry, in contacts with NATO and EU, intends to ensure the extradition of Ukrainians that are being detained or that are being in prison of these states. Don't the Kiev regime and Zelensky understand that the citizens of Ukraine that are currently in Europe will be destroyed instantly because they don't have any training, and most importantly, they have no intention and aspiration to defend their homeland that was seized by the Kiev regime. They don't have this desire. Don't they understand that they will fall victims to this massacre? And clearly, they understand it full well on the Bankovaya street. And that is exactly why they need even more people, because the goal is not to protect Ukraine. The goal is not to bring back regions and territories, as they put it. The goal has nothing to do with any constructive efforts, even according to their own rationale. They have only one goal: to destroy Ukraine, the citizens of Ukraine, the economy of this country, because they make it dependent on Western loans with atrocious interest rates, to destroy lands that are infected by everything, starting from GMO up until depleted uranium, to take this land away and to destroy the morality, because they basically eliminate their own history, their faith, their religion. They destroy everything that has to do with Ukraine, its citizens, its culture, its legacy, values. That is the task of Zelensky and all his crew. And these persons, once they return to Ukraine, are to be taken to the forward units of the Ukrainian armed forces in the hostilities areas, and these massacre storms shall be filled by those who will be caught in the European countries. I do not know how they are planning to organize that, whether there will be business trips of these people who will catch recruiters, or the Western countries will form units of people who will catch Ukrainians. Probably this will take hybrid forms. But the thing is that they try to catch Ukrainian citizens without leaving any chance for the future for Ukraine. That would involve its citizens, ethnic Ukrainians. It is crystal clear. As of now, reportedly, according to journalists, pundits, and that is something that was said by Deputy Commander of the 3rd Army Corps, Dmitry Kuharchuk, and the Speaker of the Kiev Military Recruitment Office. They tried to recruit homeless Ukrainians. And once again, this is the very ethnic cleansing, pure and simple. That is something that Zelensky and his regime have been doing for Western money. They do not know that, given the history of Ukraine in the 20th and 19th century, regardless of how these lands were called, regardless of the political regime that they had, these lands cannot be taken by force, but they used a trick. First they betrayed, and then they used sweet talk to destroy it completely. And against this backdrop, there are continued talks about decreasing the mobilization age from 25 to 22 or 23 years. Previously, we talked about that as some kind of a guess, understanding how it all develops. But currently, the mayor of Kiev, Vitaly Klitschko, spoke in favor of this idea. On November the 12th, he voiced these ideas to Politico, and he made a proposal. And using the Western publication, he addressed the West. They are ready to do everything to destroy the last Ukrainian and to use all means at their disposal just for the West to keep on funneling weapons and money. Naturally. Why do they need that? To save themselves, this gang, this clique, Zelensky and Klitschko, to keep them in power. At the same time, for some reason unknown, the mayor of Kiev forgot to mention that he actually has sons that are fit for military service, and by the way, they are athletically built. According to journalists, both of his sons have been living in the UK and the US. And the question begs itself. Don't they want, or doesn't Klitschko want to recruit them to protect their own regime? Incidentally, the Kiev regime intends to introduce new mechanisms for military registration. Judging by the publications, by the end of 2025, they plan to ensure access to the data of tax services in order to get access to Ukrainians that shun away from mobilization. Reportedly, according to the New York Times and Financial Times, there is a topic that the Bank of History tries to ignore. Ukraine has faced serious mobilization crisis. People do not want to fight, and if they get to the front line, they try to defect as soon as possible. The majority of Ukrainians stopped believing in what the Kiev regime says, and they already understand how they are being treated. They understand that they were deceived with this so-called democracy and the bright future, their path to the EU or in the backyard of NATO. But the Ukrainians understood the crux of the matter. They understood how they are treated by the Ukrainian regime. They have long understood that the EU and NATO are chimeras, and Zelensky needs it just to have this anti-blather. The citizens of Ukraine understood the main thing. They are being targeted by Zelensky. They will be destroyed too. It is not about some lofty ideals or some remote prospects. It's about their lives, here and now. The future and the lives of their children. The children is something that Zelensky cares about. Once he comes to the West to beg for money, the whole world has seen that he fills in pockets with this money. But the children of rank-and-file Ukrainian citizens that are living in the territory of Ukraine, their future, their health, and their prosperity, well, that is something that Zelensky doesn't care at all. He has a different goal in mind. It is cannon fodder for them and for him, an expendable material. Everybody saw that for the dictatorship of Zelensky, Ukrainians are just slaves without rights. They can be sacrificed to keep himself in power. For this atrocious mechanism of the global murderous corrupt machine, as Viktor Orban has rightly put it. For this mechanism to keep on working, they are ready to destroy every Ukrainian. And here, Ukrainian diplomat Kislitsa made a publication in a Western newspaper on November the 11th. We're talking about First Deputy Foreign Minister of Ukraine. He was published at the Times, and he explained some curious details about the three rounds of resumed negotiations with the representatives of the Kiev regime in Istanbul. And this publication had a goal in mind to make readers sympathize with the Ukrainian delegation. It turns out that the Ukrainian delegation had a hard time under the psychological pressure of Russians. Do you know what he was talking about? He said that Mr. Medinsky read a lecture to them on history. Certainly, if you do not study history, then every mentioning of historical facts will be seen as a psychological pressure, because you are not prepared to face that, because they canceled their own history.
And of course, he stated that unfortunately Russian diplomats knew the past of each of the Ukrainian representatives very well, and sometimes even said rather provocative and unpleasant things. Did they really think that Russian delegation headed by Mr. Medinsky part of which were diplomats, were headed to meet someone they knew nothing about. Now, you see, our diplomatic school is based on something else, on the knowledge of facts, on understanding who your negotiating colleagues are, on preparing for these negotiations. As for how the unpleasant things were said, nobody promised that pleasant things would be said. According to him, the Russian participants thus tried to anger the Ukrainian counterparts in order to later accuse the Kiev regime of disrupting the negotiations. Hang on a second. I have a question. Who was it who denounced the idea of negotiations? The very same material published by the Times, we find out that Mr. Kyslytsa, the first deputy foreign minister, said that Ukraine has concluded negotiations with the Russian counterparts. That is what he said. He was quoted largely all around the world. So I have a follow-up question. Why, once again, blame the Russian side for something you're doing right now? The Kiev regime, once again, it is clear from Kyslytsa's statement, decided to put a stop to the negotiations process. First time they did it under the British pressure. Boris Johnson visited Ukraine, and as he said, personally tried to talk Ukrainians out of negotiating with Russia. And now, as Kyslytsa said, they did that this way by not following through with the negotiations. But he should have added that the proposals made by the Russian side, by example, for the exchange of detained persons, were once again disrupted by the Kiev regime. They've perhaps carried out less than 30% of what was agreed upon. It is clear that Kyslytsa has become so imbued with Kiev's pseudo-historical speculations about Ukraine's secret origins that he is now unable to distinguish truth from falsehood. But truth, as they say, hurts. Even more absurd are his fabrications about the alleged repeated disregard by Russian representatives of any attempts to talk about the substance. That is a direct quote, and their desire instead to impose the idea of creating working groups and other mechanisms in order to convince the Americans of the success of the negotiations and avoid punitive measures on their part. So according to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Ukraine, creation of working groups and other mechanisms was necessary to just simulate the process. I believe that is definitely something psychiatrists should take a look at, because any time the Russian side arrived to the negotiations with Ukraine brought clear proposals, and these definite proposals were carried out as long as Ukrainian side did not stand in the way. What was it exactly there that was fabricated or not working? Those were concrete proposals that were carried out. It was precisely the lack of tangible progress in the negotiations that Kyslytsa cited as the reason for their termination by Kiev before the end of the year. So who was it who hadn't carried out the agreements, who hadn't implemented the agreements reached during the negotiations? That was not even the delegation, but the Ukrainian side and the Kiev regime, and I've given you some facts. This can only be described as absurd. Such statements once again confirm the lack of interest on Zelensky's part in a peaceful settlement, instead of responding to specific proposals from the Russian side regarding the organization of further negotiations and continuing the dialogue. Kiev opted to blame Russia for everything in the hope of tightening Western sanctions against our country. But I believe this article misses the point of admittal of Kyslytsa that they're no longer intent on continuing the negotiations. But against the backdrop of It's not even a large-scale corruption crisis that is unfolding, but it's another corruption hotspot that is reopening in Ukraine. The West is raising more and more questions about the Zelensky regime. I would like to remind you that when the negotiations took place this July, just recall what Zelensky stated. He continuously degraded representatives of the Russian delegation. That is in regards for who exactly is exerting psychological pressure on whom. Do you remember how Zelensky stated that the Russian delegation is not of the appropriate level, that the wrong experts have shown up, and that there's no reason trying to talk to them? But also, do you remember what he said and what the Western mentors who operated backstage of these negotiations, together with the Ukrainian delegations, constantly supervising and trying to speak in their place? Do you remember what they demanded? They demanded the end to hostilities because it disrupts the negotiation process. And today, we see how it is the Ukrainian side who folded the negotiations, thus showing that they had no initial desire to hold these negotiations. It was a desire under the guise or under the pretense of negotiations to gain some extra time, to save their positions, to change their locations, to ask for more weapons, so on and so forth. So the article prepared by the Times based on the interview of Kislitsa is further proof of that. And of course, we see the continuation of absolute madness that has to do with Ukrainian history under the pretext of decommunization, but now they're calling it the fight of Russian imperialism. They continue to mock their own history, this structure that is the Ukrainian Institute of National Remembrance. They're behind this program, and recently they passed a resolution recognizing the Romanov dynasty and the outstanding Russian scientist Mikhail Vasilyevich Lomonosov as, you know what, direct quote, symbols of Russian imperialism. I don't know what they put behind that phrasing, perhaps education, science, and culture. Perhaps they're trying to mock that as a whole. But now, according to current legislation, local authorities must decommunize cultural heritage sites and geographical names associated with the royal family and the world-famous academician, scientist Lomonosov. Just think about it. Just listen to the absurdity of what is taking place. Objects of decommunization in Ukraine are names associated with the royal family. I would like to just remind you that the communists were the ones fighting the royal family. So it was communists who tried to take down and replace any names that had any connection with the Romanovs, with Tars. So what is taking place in Ukraine? Two contradictory, fully canceling each other out processes. Decommunization on the one hand, and the fight against the Romanovs on the other hand. It is impossible to believe that they're truly saying it out loud, but it is a fact. Any mention in public spaces of Romanovs or Lomonosov is now prohibited. Can you imagine? The media reports that a certain public organization called, just think about it, Decolonization Point Ukraine has compiled a list of 100 monuments to be demolished. I'm sorry, are they thus admitting that Ukraine is a colony? Have they fixed that status? For example, in Odessa, which perhaps someone is unaware, incidentally was founded by decree of Empress Catherine II. 19 of such objects are subject to demolition, including the column erected in Alexandrovsky Park in 1891, now Shevchenko Park, in honor of Emperor Alexander II, who visited Odessa in 1875 and planted the first tree of the future park. Can you imagine? So Alexander II pays Odessa a visit in 1875, opens a park there, plants the first tree, and then 150 years later, madmen come in who decide to announce the decommunization process, in lines of which they rename the park, calling it the Shevchenko Park, who has nothing to do with the park, and plan to demolish and destroy any mentions of state figures, of heads of state who actually established the city and the park. I don't know who added more to this, Orwell or Harrell or Platonov or Bulgakov, although I believe he's also prohibited in Ukraine. On social media, Ukrainazis are gloating over the impending destruction of the monument they hate so much, and they're now discussing ways to get rid of it. So those who created the city are now prohibited. What about the city itself? I believe soon they will get rid of the city itself, if we follow such primitive logic, which is not even primitive, it's just the barbarian logic, or the primate logic. And this is precisely what such specialists from the aforementioned institution are doing. Then they should start their fight against the so-called Russian imperialism right in Kiev. Have they been unable to get there? Where many architectural and artistic monuments from the Romanov dynasty have survived to this day. And I truly wonder if Zelensky is even aware that by receiving guests in the Mariinsky Palace built in 1752 by order of Empress, also Empress, the Empress who also belonged to the Romanov families, only it was Empress Elizabeth. So, by receiving guests in the Mariinsky Palace, he's promoting the heritage of the Russian Empire. Is he aware? Where he's bringing his foreign guests. I don't know how all these things sit together in his head. How will those who have declared a new crusade against our common history react to this? What are they going to do with this architectural complex? Are they going to destroy it? Are they going to close the windows and doors? Are they going to repaint it in the colors of the NATO flags in order to decommunize it and to fight Russian imperialism at the same time? Will they come up with the idea to demolish the official presidential residence? Or will they not dare to do it? Incidentally, next to Zelensky's office on Bankova Street is another remarkable monument of the Romanov era, the city-estate of Adjutant General Fyodor Fyodorovich Trepov, which houses the Union of Writers of Ukraine and the so-called Black Sea Television and Radio Company, who attempt to broadcast the quote-unquote true history to Crimea, has also found refuge there. What will be done to them, and what will fighters for so-called correct history do with a gift to give from the same Empress Elizabeth, St. Andrew's Church, which has long been a symbol of the city. How are they going to coincide it? Are they going to publish a poster that the church is all right, but the Empress is in the wrong? And incidentally, one of the masterpieces of the great Bartolomeo Francesco Rastrelli, the creator of the Winter Palace, Smolny Cathedral in St. Petersburg, and many other famous buildings. And today, the church has been given to the Exarchate of the Patriarchate of Constantinople, under whose control a plan to eliminate canonical Orthodoxy in Ukraine is being implemented. The list of the Romanovs dynasty's legacy is enormous. And I believe we will continue to make this list, and we will continue to share information on those who is driven mad by the idea of destroying anything Russian in Ukraine. We will continue to share on what surrounds them, what kind of reality they're facing. During more than 3 centuries of their rule, there was no such geographical name as Ukraine, not even a mention of it. And that is precisely what causes the fury of these fighters of Ukrainian national memory, who are trying to make people forget the shared history and consolidate the break with Russia, as they call it in praxis. But the reverse effect also exists. The forced Ukrainization carried out by Kyiv is increasingly failing and having the opposite effect. Just take a look at the facts. According to the results of a survey published on November the 6th by the State Service for Quality Education, that is their new institution, and the Commissioner for the Protection of State Language, 66% of pupils in the capital schools do not speak Ukrainian in class, and 82% do not even use it during breaks. Only 18% speak Ukrainian in those educational institutions. Moreover, 24% of Kyiv teachers admitted to using Russian in class, and 40% during breaks. I'm afraid to ask, what about other places of public use, other than classrooms and halls? What language are they speaking? I hope that one day the so-called language ombudsman and these institutions and the Service of Quality Education will also host a survey on what language you used to think, and they will be very taken aback by the numbers. On average across the country, during breaks, 40% of students and 21% of teachers communicate in Russian, and overall, about 40% of school children in Ukraine continue to speak mainly Russian outside of class. At the same time, over the course of a year, the percentage of students who considered Ukrainian their native language decreased from 71% to 64%. And these institutions do not mention what's the reason behind all this, whether it's due to the fact that there are less students now that they're leaving, or because the methods that the Kyiv regime is using will not lead to anything productive, or because the forced Ukrainization will do nothing good, and because they should also take into account the international community standards worked out over centuries, and where Ukraine has put an official signature as well. And we've also paid attention to the words of the Verkhovna Rada deputy Anna Skorhod, who noted, a direct quote, the head of Verkhovna Rada, I have used Russian, will continue to use it, as will many of my friends. I do not see this as any kind of betrayal. There is no need to make Russian-speaking people, she added, second-class citizens. Banning the Russian language is a huge mistake. End of quote.
You see, actually, they need to quote their constitution more often until they have rewritten it once again. We have repeatedly said that the efforts of Kyiv to forcefully change the language identity of Ukrainian citizens are in vain, despite all the bans and fines, persecutions, mockery. People do not want to forget the Russian language. They want to speak it, and this trend is so obvious, nobody cannot hide it. All the facts that I've mentioned certainly prove that the tasks to denazify, demilitarize Ukraine are relevant, the tasks to eliminate threats stemming from its territory, and all these tasks will be implemented, as repeatedly was mentioned by the leadership of Russia. The mentors of Ukraine just cannot get enough, and recently, on the 12th of November, there was a G7 session. The participants were quite active, but the meeting was quite lacking in substance. When it comes to the Ukrainian conflict, they mentioned some biased and assessments that are detached from reality. There are hypercritical calls to respect human rights. They are cynical and absurd, and the claims on the so-called Russian aggression are deliberate, misleading information. Russia has been consistently advocating for a peaceful conflict settlement, and the conditions for that are demilitarization and denazification of Ukraine. The actions of the Kiev regime, with the active instigation by the West, including from the G7, back in the day, undermined the implementation of the Minsk agreements and led to the escalation. Let me remind you that the Brits, that are part of G7, manually destroyed the negotiating process in 2022. And the idea of announcing a ceasefire without clear agreements on a comprehensive peaceful settlement are baseless. They open the path for funneling Ukraine with weapons, resuming military pressure against our territories, and further destabilization. And the Kiev regime has recently stated that it has halted all negotiations with Russia. It is noteworthy that at this shindig, the officials from Ottawa, at the closing of their presidency, announced new anti-Russian sanctions, including on energy and entities that have to do with the development of drone technologies and cybersecurity. Basically, they were imposed and entered into effect a week prior to that, on November 6th. By the look of it, the Canadian authorities didn't find another way to attract the attention to this large-scale international event, but to show their allegiance to the Russophobic cause started in 2014. Former Prime Minister Justin Trudeau and the granddaughter of Hitler henchman Christopher Friedland did not put the final nail in the coffin of Russia-Canada relations, but the current Prime Minister, Mark Carney, might as well do that. We retain the right to a response, and definitely these measures will be taken in the near future. We'll brief you on that. And another anti-Russian something happened in Dublin. On November 5th, there was a conference with the obnoxious name Security and Democracy in Europe in the shadow, as they put it, in the shadow of Russia's war against Ukraine. And as it turns out, the Ukrainian side was the initiator of this event. First, Deputy Foreign Minister Kislitsa reiterated the notorious ideas regarding the Russian threat against Ireland and the whole enlightened West. He warned that they could be put on their knees because Moscow could use its all-penetrating hybrid toolbox. And he said that Ireland should revisit its traditional neutral status, and he simply put it as it is. This neutral status is an atavism, and they should get rid of it without any mercy. Probably he didn't think that he sets a bad example of getting rid of atavism, because in his particular case, getting rid of the signs of atavism means returning to the animal image. But actually, the humankind is moving in a different path, championing and defending everything human in itself. Kислitsa mentioned the example of Finland and Sweden. They got rid of the non-block statues that for centuries guaranteed peace and security to them, and now they have filled in the ranks of NATO vessels. They wait for the instructions from above in their barracks, and by the looks of it, the officials of the Zelensky regime want Ireland to have this fate, at least to push it by all means to do that, as if Ireland cannot sort itself out without the example of others. That is why Kислitsa and his team, although he is a guest in Ireland, deemed that he is entitled to interfere into this delicate matter and to impose his only right opinion. Various officials, various people might have different fate in policy. Some of them want to be pushy, but in this case, they should present something successful, and they should not be offering something, but they should push for something, because we're talking about a successful example. What kind of an example could be presented to Ireland by the representative of the Foreign Minister of Ukraine in 2025? What is the success story here? Science, technology, security. Is there some kind of an understanding that this project is successful? It is not successful at all. And hence the question, what did you bring with you, and how can you lecture anyone? The most noteworthy here is not just Russophobic bogus stories invented by the Kiev regime daily, and not the shameless attempt to interfere into domestic affairs of Ireland, but the most noteworthy is this platform in Dublin where this ugly scene has unfolded. The thing is that it all happened in the office of the European Commission in Dublin, and these entities are located in all EU members, and they seek to play a role of national branches of the Brussels European Institute, and they should serve as a voice of the European Commission. They should raise awareness of their activities. However, one thing is to instill to Irish people this belief in Euro integration, although it is associated with deindustrialization. But the other thing is to use traveling representatives of the Kiev junta to impact the Irish public opinion on one of the most sensitive foreign political or domestic political issues, the neutral status of Ireland. There is no doubt that that was exactly the goal of all this endeavor, because the Sergei Kислitsa was accompanied by head of the Office of the EU High Representative for Foreign Affairs and Security Policy, as well as others. The ideas were carbon copy. They have mentioned the following ideas: Europe is facing with existential threats, and they have nothing to do with deindustrialization and losing business. Not at all. It has to do with Russia, and that is why Ireland has to lift military and political restrictions and engage into the Ursula von der Leyen campaign to bolster the EU defense capabilities. You know, we haven't been surprised with this assertive line of Brussels European bureaucracy to intimidate the citizens of this part of the continent with some Russian phantoms. However, such militarist rhetoric unfortunately plants into fertile ground in Dublin. The ruling coalition head by Prime Minister Michael Martin is revisiting the constitutional restrictions on foreign missions. As a result, Irish people risk becoming pawns in reckless geopolitical games of Anglo-Saxons against Russia. They are Russophobic, and this will have all the negative repercussions for this country. There were a lot of questions asking to comment on the decision taken by the Moldovan government to denounce 7 agreements within the CIS. The officials in Chisinau continue to distance itself from the CIS processes, and the Moldovan authorities abstain from participation in the key bodies of the Commonwealth. They have identified 119 out of 285 agreements within the CIS, and they identify that they have no added value for the citizens of the country. They continue to denounce them. The decision of Moldova on November the 12th to abandon 7 of such treaties is another step in this direction. In public space of Moldova, they initiate discussions on the need to formally exit the CIS, and this has a particular goal under the pretext that there is no alternative to the European path of Moldova. After the referendum of 2024, this provision was included into the constitution. Let me remind you that at this referendum, the majority of Moldovans did not support the idea of Euro integration, and the necessary result was obtained thanks to the votes of the diaspora in Western countries using various manipulations. This is detrimental to Moldovan national interests, primarily in economy. There are less opportunities for Moldovan producers to get access to dynamic market of the region. The cooperation ties are lost, according to analysts. The claims of authorities that the European market will fully meet the demand of Moldovan exports is just an illusion. It has nothing to do with the real life. According to Moldovan statistics, in January and July 2024, the supplies dropped by 4%. This is a real indicator of how they are waiting for Moldovans in the European Union. As a result of this lopsided Western-centered policy of Chisinau, we see a dire social and economic crisis. It is being detrimented by the debt burden, and it is not by chance that the majority of Moldovans stand for a balanced foreign policy of the Republic and keeping its membership within the CIS. Unfortunately, the officials in Chisinau continue to ignore the opinion of their own citizens. Sudan, reportedly there were a lot of tortures and massacres, executions and other crimes against civilians in El Fasher, that is the province of Northern Darfur, the Republic of Sudan, and the neighboring regions after it was seized by the Rapid Support Force, and it is being aggravated by the dire humanitarian conditions. Reportedly, there are still some 200,000 civilians in El Fasher, including dozens of thousands of women and children. Moscow condemns crimes against Sudanese civilians. We call for consolidated efforts of the international community to put an end to the bloodshed and violation of human rights in northern Darfur, as well as to have investigation and punish those responsible. It is essential to provide urgent humanitarian assistance to those in need. Russia reaffirms its commitment to the peaceful settlement of the domestic Sudanese conflict. We highlight the need to respect for the sovereignty, territorial integrity, and the unity of the Republic of Sudan. And the key task at this point in time is to swiftly put an end to hostilities, to launch full-fledged political process that would be led by the Sudanese. We assume that the diplomatic efforts to help overcome the crisis will help achieve a sustainable settlement in Sudan, taking into account the aspirations of the Sudanese. the situation in Latin America. Since September 2025, we have seen an unparalleled military campaign unfolded by Washington in this region, reportedly in order to fight the drug trafficking channels. Over the past 2 months, we have seen dozens of military strikes against Venezuelan boats in the Caribbean. Reportedly, they carried drugs to North America, and the victims were over 30 people. Last week, the Department of War expanded its activities to East Pacific. They destroyed a couple of boats and their crew there. We're extremely concerned about the methods to deal with this matter that were chosen by the U.S. This is a flagrant violation and interference into domestic affairs of Latin American states. The American actions are at odds with the commitments of the United States under 1988 Convention against the illicit trafficking in narcotic drugs and psychotropic substances. Ironically, on November 11th, we celebrated the 35th anniversary of this treaty entering into force, but these provisions are relevant as ever. The preamble of the convention states that uprooting illegal drug trafficking is a collective responsibility of all states, and to this end we need to coordinate efforts of the international community. Article 2 of the convention emphasizes that parties shall implement their commitments in line with the principle of sovereign equality and territorial integrity of states, as well as the principle of non-interference into domestic affairs of other states. On top of that, the Convention has special provisions on the way the combating trafficking should be made. Article 5, or rather paragraph 5 of Article 17, stipulates that the parties shall take due account of the need not to endanger the safety of life at sea, the security of the cargo, or to prejudice the commercial and legal interests of the flag state or any other interested state. The situation is made worse since there is no proof that was given that these attacked vessels or their crew have anything to do with drug trafficking. Groundless military attacks on civilian vessels are a dangerous precedent. It paves the way for indiscriminate attacks. Russia shares concern voiced by the authorities of friendly states of Venezuela and Colombia. We insist that combating drugs should not be used as a leverage against sovereign states. We stand against the force or use of force in order to interfere into domestic affairs, and we assume that when it comes to combating drug trafficking, primarily in the U.S., what is needed is the consolidation of international efforts as well as regional efforts, and the efficient solution could be found within the collective efforts and within the international legal mechanisms, and naturally only in case of abandoning this large-scale military pressure that Pentagon has been using. And this stems way beyond the goals that were declared by the American side. This undermines the sovereignty of Venezuela. We hope that the international community will give the relevant assessment to these steps in order to prevent a disastrous scenario that could destroy the international legal system for drug control.
On the 80th anniversary of the victory in the Second World War, we continue our work to unveil the Japanese militarism work. And we have repeatedly emphasized that there is no statute of limitations on these crimes, and legal proceedings to punish all those responsible continue to this day. The Prosecutor General's Office of the Russian Federation, in March to June of this year, adopted resolutions to revoke the 1980s-2000s conviction of the rehabilitation of 24 Japanese citizens. Their names will be listed in the text version of this briefing, during the war and after Japan's surrender in 1945, they participated in sabotage and espionage activities directed against the Soviet Union. Following a review of the court decisions in the cassation and supervisory instances, it was established that those individuals are not eligible for rehabilitation and their guilt has been fully proven. Another subject. During our weekly briefing, we often mentioned crimes of French colonialism in different regions of the world. I would like to remind you that the Russian Foreign Minister's website has a special section dedicated to Paris' historical and international legal responsibility for crimes committed during the colonial and post-colonial periods, which is regularly updated. And today, we want to recall another sad page in history, France's mine terror against the civilian population of Algeria during the national liberation struggle, and the kind of help that the Soviet Union provided free of charge in demining the territory of this North African country. Let me remind you of the facts. Allegedly, in order to prevent arms supplies from Tunisia and Morocco during the Algerian War of Independence, which lasted from 1954 to 1962, France laid millions of mines along the eastern and western borders of Algeria. As a result, 3 million Algerians living in border areas were forced to leave their homes. Since then, more than 7,500 civilians have fallen victim to mines in Algeria, despite the fact that more than 62,000 hectares of land have been cleared and nearly 9 million mines have been defused. Even today, in 2025, there are still reports of civilians being blown up by them. Even 60 years after the end of hostilities, anti-personnel mines remain one of Algeria's greatest humanitarian disasters. In September 1962, the Algerian leadership appealed to Moscow, asking for assistance in destroying minefields. The Soviet government agreed to do so, free of charge, unlike Western countries, who charged Algeria hundreds of millions of dollars for this service. Soviet specialists carried out extremely difficult, dangerous work in conditions that were unfamiliar. They were hard to understand. They were very non-traditional for people. And the last Soviet sappers, I'd like to recall, left Algeria in June 1965. During that time, they defused about 1.5 million. Just think about it. They have diffused about 1.5 million mines. 1.5 million. We're not talking about thousands or hundreds of thousands. 1.5 million mines were diffused by Soviet specialists. They cleared more than 700 kilometers of minefields and cleared 120,000 hectares of land. The Algerian people remember this truly titanic work and regard it as a manifestation of the highest humanity and genuine brotherhood. On November 3rd to 7th this year, Algeria was visited by a living participant in this feat of Soviet soldiers, 97-year-old military engineer Andrei Yakovlevich Pavlenko. He took personal part in the mission of Soviet sappers on November 4th this year. He was received by the President of the People's Democratic Republic of Algeria. Earlier, the Algerian head of state awarded Mr. Pavlenka the highest Algerian state award, the National Order of Merit, and on November 5th this year, a solemn ceremony was held in the vicinity of El Kala to unveil a monument to Soviet sappers. I would like to take this opportunity to thank our Algerian friends for the hospitality and warm welcome given to our compatriot, our citizen. We appreciate the attention and respect shown by the official Algeria, who have not forgotten our country's significant contribution to the decolonization of Africa, as well as the establishment of Algerian statehood and the assurance of its security and sovereignty. Another material is about the humanitarian from November 10th to 17th. Sochi will host the events of the 20th Anniversary International Film Festival Victory Together, named after Vladimir Menshov. Over the past 20 years, the festival has become one of the largest forums for documentary cinema in Russia, has gained recognition in the international professional community. And this year, the festival will be held under the motto, Expanding the Space of Victory. It will include international and national competitions, educational and business programs, as well as the year-round We Won Together film marathon, covering more than 80 venues across the country. The festival fulfills an important mission. It contributes to preserving the truth about historical events, strengthening traditional spiritual and moral values, fostering respect for the heroic deeds of the defenders of the fatherland, and its activities have been highly praised at the state level. And the format of the recognition is all-comprehensive. This festival is dearly beloved by the citizens of our country. It's well known across the world, and it is supported on all levels. And they're doing it with a lot of interest because it's so loved. And I don't even want to say remembered, whether it is present or past tense. It is known and loved. And Vladimir Menshov is very well known and loved. And in a greeting from Russian President Vladimir Putin that was sent to the festival in 2022, it was noted that it is, direct quote, one of the most representative and authoritative forums in the field of documentary cinema. The jury and the organizing committee pay special attention to films dedicated to the heroes of contemporary events, participants in special military operations, those who are conducting information battle on their own front lines. And the Together We Won Festival largely reflects the priority of the Russian Federation's foreign policy, strengthening humanitarian cooperation, protecting historical truth, developing public diplomacy, expanding international cultural interaction. Its activities contribute to supporting an objective perception of Russia as a country open to creative dialogue between cultures. And this year, film industry professionals from 53 countries submitted applications to participate in the festival, and representatives from 42 countries were selected to participate. All the materials and links to this forum and the resources will obviously be provided in the text version of today's briefing. On November 11th, we marked the 50th anniversary of the establishment of diplomatic relations between Russia and Angola. Those relations are traditionally friendly, based on mutual respect and support. They are based on coinciding or similar approaches to key issues on the international and regional agenda. It is noteworthy that diplomatic relations were established at a crucial moment for Angola on the Independence Day. This historic date symbolizes the courage, fortitude, and heroism of the Angolan people. And at the cost of considerable sacrifice and enormous effort, they defended their right to live in freedom, to live in truth, and build their statehood as they saw fit. And we are proud of our involvement in Angola's national liberation, which was made possible in large part by our country's political, military, and economic support for the just cause of Angolan patriots. And we cherish the high level of Russian-Angolan relations achieved over half a century. We're ready to continue working together to preserve and increase the accumulated potential for mutually beneficial cooperation in the political, trade, economic, scientific, educational, humanitarian, and other areas. On November 15th marks the day of the proclamation of the independent state of Palestine. On this day in 1988, the Palestinian National Council adopted the Declaration of Independence of Palestine at its session in Algiers, and the leader of the Palestine Liberation Organization, Yasser Arafat, announced the creation of the Palestinian state. And 3 days later, on November 18th, 1988, our country also recognized the state of Palestine. The Declaration of Independence was a turning point for the Palestinian people in their quest to restore historical justice and achieve statehood in accordance with UN General Assembly Resolution 181 of the UN General Assembly, adopted on 29th of November 1947, which remains unfulfilled insofar as it concerns the creation of an independent Arab state in the historic lands of Palestine. And our country has consistently and resolutely defended the legitimate national aspirations of the Arab people of Palestine to establish two states, Jewish and Arab, on the territory of Palestine. including the right to establish an independent and sovereign state. Unfortunately, despite the fact that the number of countries that have recognized the State of Palestine has exceeded 150, and it has been granted observer status at the United Nations, the task remains virtually unfulfilled due to Israel's continued occupation of the territories seized during the wars of 1967 and 1973. The tragedy in the Gaza Strip, which has been going on for more than 2 years and has claimed the lives of tens of thousands of Palestinian civilians, and the growing tension in the West Bank confirm that the Palestinian issue remains central to the Middle East. Its resolution will largely determine the prospects for achieving lasting peace and stability throughout the region, and we believe that this task can be only accomplished through political and diplomatic measures based on existing UN resolutions. We're convinced that without the creation of an independent, territorially intact state of Palestine living in peace and security with Israel, the long-awaited peace in the Middle East will not come. Another important date, on November the 16th, we will celebrate the 80th anniversary of the founding of the United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization, the largest of the UN's specialized agencies for cooperation in the humanities. It was and remains one of the world's best-known international organizations. Its purpose is enshrined in the UN Charter, is to achieve international peace and the universal well-being of humankind through the cooperation of the peoples of the world in the fields of education, science, and culture. End of quote. And currently, 194 states are members of UNESCO. Russia joined the organization in 1954. UNESCO cooperates with governments in developing international standards and legal acts that respond to the most serious challenges of our time, should respond to these challenges. But due to the actions of the collective West, these approaches are distorted more often than not, and over the years it has developed about 20 conventions, from the Convention for the Protection of Cultural Property in the Event of Armed Conflict, 1954, to the Global Convention on the Recognition of Qualifications Relating to Higher Education. This is very recent, 2023, as well as more than 30 recommendations. Russian experts have made a significant contribution to the preparation of new recommendations on the ethics of artificial intelligence in 2023 and the ethics of neurotechnology 2025. The latter was recently adopted in Samarkand at the 43rd session of the UNESCO General Conference. The Convention concerning the protection of the world cultural and natural heritage, which has been ratified by 195 countries, is very popular. The list created on its basis currently includes 1,248 sites, 34 of which are in Russia. Thanks to UNESCO's Man in the Biosphere program, the number of biosphere reserves in the world is increasing every year. As of today, there are now 784 of them, 49 in Russia. The number of UNESCO geoparks is also growing. 229. Russia has actively joined the program. We have opened the first UNESCO-sponsored geopark in the CIS, Yangantau, in the Republic of Bashkortostan, under the Convention for the Safeguarding of the Intangible Cultural Heritage. A register of masterpieces of world significance is being compiled, which already includes 788 items, including 2 Russian ones. An integral part of cooperation between member states within the organization is participation in its educational networks. UNESCO Associated Schools and Chairs, UNESCO UNIVOC Centers for Technical and Vocational Education and Training, learning sites. Russian Federation is well represented in these networks, 253 associated schools, 58 UNESCO chairs, and 3 UNIVOC centers. Strengthening cooperation with UNESCO as a globally recognized and authoritative intellectual forum and an effective instrument for international cooperation is extremely important from the point of view of both domestic and foreign policy tasks facing our country. Russia continues to actively use the organization's platform to promote domestic achievements in the fields of education, science, and culture. Moscow is home to a UNESCO Category 1 Institute on Information Technologies and Education. We're also the founder of the UNESCO Mendeleev International Prize for Achievements in the Field of Fundamental Sciences, which has the largest prize fund in the organization. Over the past 10 years, FOSAGRO has awarded Green Chemistry for Life grants to 55 young scientists from 33 countries. We're the largest donor to the Fund for the Elimination of Doping in Sport, We support projects in a number of African countries by making voluntary contributions to the International Program for the Development on Communication. The expediency of maintaining and strengthening Russia's cooperation with UNESCO lies not only in the opportunity to use the authority and intellectual potential of this organization, but also in obtaining significant practical benefits from participating in the activities of various specialized bodies of UNESCO, its international events, and multilateral programs carried out by UNESCO. At the same time, and we have repeatedly stated it publicly, UNESCO has been experiencing a serious crisis in recent years. 8 years in office of French woman Audrey Azoulay as Director General have contributed to the disastrous politicization of the organization's agenda. The application of double standards, the disregard for the principle of impartiality, and the division of member countries into friends and foes have become common practice. On November the 6th, in Samarkand, the 43rd session of the UNESCO General Conference elected a new head of the organization's secretariat. We have already spoken about it. Former Egyptian Minister of Tourism and Antiquities, Khaled Al-Anani, a renowned Egyptologist who advocates for a strong, depoliticized UNESCO in which member states are called upon to play a leading role. We welcome the choice of the General Conference and support the course announced by the new Director General of the structure. Our country is ready to provide any necessary assistance to the organization's new leadership in correcting imbalances and eliminating the politicized tendencies inherited from its predecessors, who has basically contributed to the destructive nature of UNESCO, if not painted a bleak picture. On November 21st, the International Scientific Practical Forum No Statute of Limitations Nuremberg 80 Years will be held in Moscow in the Central Exhibition Hall, Manege and the Victory Museum. And this event recreates the criminal case where from 1945-1946 a case was tried against war criminals. The forum has been held annually since 2020. During this time, it has become a unique platform for interdepartmental and professional dialogue between government and public figures, lawyers, historians, archivists, search movement activists, and representatives of the arts and culture. It is highly symbolic that this year's event will take place on the eve of the 80th anniversary on the start of the Nuremberg trials, 20th of November, an event that marked an important milestone in the condemnation of Nazi ideology and the establishment of responsibility for crimes against peace and humanity, as well as the restoration of international law for Russian society in the current circumstances. The appeal to the Nuremberg trial is first and foremost a manifestation of a consolidated position of rejection of Nazism in all its manifestations, loyalty to norms of international law established on the basis of the tribunal's decisions, and the protection of historical memory as the foundation of sovereignty. The plenary session will consist of 3 sessions, the first and second of which will be devoted to a contemporary interpretation of the principles and values of the Nuremberg trial through the preservation of historical memory as well as media coverage of the historical and legal parallels between past and present. The third session, an expert session, addresses the history and current issues surrounding the International Military Tribunal, the need to further study and scientific analyze in the context of contemporary challenges. There will also be thematic platforms representing the entire spectrum of Nuremberg's heritage in the context of strategic task of preserving historical memory as the basis of worldview and an essential condition for national security. We invite all journalists, especially foreign correspondents accredited in Russia, to participate in the event. Why it is especially important to invite foreign correspondents is because everyone else has already been invited by the organizers, and we specialize in foreign correspondence. So that is why I address you specifically. And we will be sure to repeat any information and links in the text version of today's briefing. Please participate in covering the event. This is the world history. This is the history of international law. and I believe that you will not regret it.
Another announcement: on the 21st of November, the State Historical Museum will have a gala opening of the exhibition Custodian of Ambassadors' Affairs and the post-stamp cancellation ceremony dedicated to the 400th anniversary of the head of ambassadors Malorossa and Aptekar Prikaz of the 17th century Artemon Matveyev. The event is taking place upon Foreign Ministry's initiative within the efforts together with Russian Military and Historical Society, and it is contributed by the Cultural Ministry, Rosarchive. And let me remind you that Artemon Matveyev is a diplomat, military commander, and enlightener. He played an important role in strengthening the Russian state and returning Malorossia. He is an ally of Tsar Alexei Romanov, the father of Peter the Great. He made a contribution to the development of Russian theater and the development of pharmacy. The exhibition will have unique items of the 17th century, including Tsarsky Titularnik of 1672. It is also well known as the Big State book with portraits of Russian Tsars. It was developed personally by Matveyev. The event will be attended by the leadership of our ministry, the public, the statesmen, and so on, and we will definitely provide the link to this event in the text of our briefing. With that, I'm ready to take your questions. International Life, are you here with us? Hello, Madam Zakharova. Yes, hello. On the 11th of November, Iraq had parliamentary elections. What's your take on that? Indeed, there were parliamentary elections. According to reports, the turnaround was quite high. The organization was quite high, and this is an important event that helps develop the political life of the state and strengthen the role of Iraq in global and domestic affairs, and we seek to continue versatile interaction with our partners from Iraq. Thank you so much. Thank you. RIA Novosti. Hello, Madam Zakharova. Cristina Rodriguez, RIA Novosti. I would like to ask you to comment on the situation around the interview of Minister Lavrov with the Italian newspaper Corriere della Sera. We see the response of the Foreign Ministry. We see the feedback from the Italian news agencies. What's the outcome? I believe that it's not the end of the story, it's the beginning of the discussion. And this discussion needs to be launched primarily in the Western community, in the Western society. It showed a harsh censorship that exists in Western media outlets. Open, direct censorship that is not concealed. As I can see it, it is encouraged even. The other thing is that the censorship is taking place not because of journalists, because the journalists from Corriere della Sera were shocked that this interview was not published. They wanted to publish it. It was interesting for them that they made questions. They sent it to us. They were ready to work on the text. However, they faced a situation that was unparalleled. The full text of the interview was blocked by the powers that allegedly put pressure on this newspaper. Everything we hear today, everything that we will hear in the future by the Italian side does not reflect the state of affairs, because clearly that is a pressure that was exercised against this newspaper. Surprisingly, the main argument not to publish this article by Foreign Minister Lavrov was that they don't have enough place, not in the printing version or even in the online version. You are smiling, but yesterday at the conference of the International Life newspaper, well, people laughed hysterically. That is funny indeed, and it is especially funny because they have place to comment on why they didn't have place for the complete interview, and they put themselves in a deadlock. I feel pity for journalists that work in this newspaper. They understand everything full well, but they don't know how to do anything about it. And this led to an outrageous effect, to a fantastic effect. Somebody in Italy or somebody who affects Italy didn't want this interview to be read and to be circulated within Italy or outside Italy. And due to this stupid, clumsy, and nefarious measures that banned this interview from publishing, led to an opposite effect. Everybody read this interview, virtually everybody. And the thing is that I see that Italian news agencies reprinted in Italian in full. I see that in other countries, in Russia, this interview has been printed in other languages, in Russian, and they have achieved something that the professional journalists call the Barbara Streisand effect. You can Google it. I believe that all journalists know what I'm talking about. The desire to banish some kind of an article outside the professional framework and to do it by force leads to the opposite effect. What they want to cancel is something that is made extremely popular, and you can read the story behind this effect, the story of Barbara Streisand. This is a unique case, and everybody read this interview. And once again, we will provide the link to the Russian and Italian version of this interview, and we'll definitely do it in English as well. But I believe that this should set an example of what kind of difficult times Europe has been going through in the first half of the 21st century, the political censorship and this away from democracy. RT, are you here with us? Hello, we are always with you. Madam Zakharova, could you please comment on the publication by South African news portal News 24? It claims that at least 18 members of former South African President Party came to Russia to train as bodyguards, and after that they found themselves in the barracks at the front line at the special military operation, and Cyril Ramaphosa condemned the exploitation of young and vulnerable people. It was also claimed that at diplomatic level, these citizens are being repatriated to South Africa. Could you please comment on that? You know, I've seen the materials that you made reference to. I double-checked that, and I can say that the Russian side does not have data on the South Africans that you have mentioned. Allegedly, they were sent to Russia, and reportedly they were sent to have this bodyguard training, and after that they found themselves in the special military operation. We don't have this information. At the same time, we paid attention to the statement by the South African presidential administration on the 6th of November. Vincent McMahon said that Cyril Ramaphosa intends to use diplomatic channels to return them home. We haven't seen any requests from South African Foreign Ministry, and should we get this official request, we will be ready to consider them in the spirit of strategic partnership between Russia and South Africa. Thank you so much. Chinese Media Corporation, are you here with us? Hello, we have two questions. The SCO Council of Heads of Government will soon take place in Moscow. Could you please talk about your priorities? What kind of contribution will be made by the session in promoting a global justice and more equitable international system? We'll get back to that matter. As I've mentioned, there were a lot of questions. The session of the SCO Heads of Government will take place in Moscow on the 17th and 18th of Moscow in a couple of days' time. This will be the pinnacle of the Russian chairship in 2024-2025 at the Shanghai Cooperation Organization Council of Heads of Government. It's sought to give a new momentum to cultural, technological, and educational dimension of this cooperation. The steps were closely coordinated with all the member states, including with the Chinese side. The session will be attended by heads of government, by high-ranking officials and of SCO countries, dialogue partners, as well as international organizations. The agenda includes discussing global trends in global economy, strengthening humanitarian and economic dimension given the upgrading of the activities of the SCO. Taking into account the SCO summit in Tianjin, the coordinated assessments of SCO member states of the current state of affairs and practical approaches to addressing the tasks at hand will be reflected in the joint communique and the statement on economic situation in the world and within the SCO space. A number of projects have to do with specific tracks of interaction as well as financial and organizational aspects of the group's functioning. Today, on the 14th of November, Moscow opened the session of the National Coordinators Council. The SCO documents, including the Tianjin Declaration, highlights the commitment of member states to shaping a more just multiple world order building upon the primacy of the international law. The SCO also consistently stands for improving the system of global governance, reforming the international financial architecture with a view to increasing the role of developing countries. Also, once again, let me reiterate, I cannot say that these are developing countries because of their economic indicators and their commitment to have this cooperation on an equal footing. I am positive that all these positions will be reaffirmed following the session of the Council of Heads of Government. Thank you so much. The second question, Brazil hosts the COP30 conference on climate change, and for the first time ever, the U.S. has not sent a high-ranking official to this conference. What's your take on that, and what is the role of the Global South, including China, that stick to their commitments, and how do they advance the global development in the current context? I believe that you should ask this question to them. And when it comes to our position regarding the U.S. participation in these formats, and whether they continue to participate regardless of whether they come to this event or not. Well, for starters, let me say that I would like to reiterate something that is an ultimate truth. Global change is a universal issue, and it should be addressed only by coordinated efforts of the whole international community. That is also clear. You can have as many borders and as many quotas on the airspace, but nevertheless, they do not hear us, and we should perceive it in a comprehensive way, and we should face these comprehensive tasks. And in this context, non-participation by the U.S. in the COP30 does not benefit the convention. The White House refused to implement the national measures to restrict emissions, and this will make the global efforts under the Paris Agreement more difficult because the US is the top country when it comes to greenhouse gas emissions. We're talking about some 11% of the global emissions. Although the Americans withdrew, but formally this process will be completed on the 27th of January 2026, within a year after their notification. The Paris Agreement still is in effect because there are over 55 member states, and they account for over 55% of all greenhouse gas emissions. At the same time, Washington is also the party to the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change. This is the key international legal tool in this area, and they still have their basic commitments. The US can participate in the negotiating process within the Framework Convention, including the auxiliary bodies that develop decisions to implement the Paris Agreements. As for the Global South, we see that they are interested in the global green agenda and in combating climate change and mitigating climate change. Basically, we see that China is gradually strengthening its leading positions in renewable energy. Emerging economies participate in the international cooperation on climate change, and it is essential in terms of access to financing and technologies that are necessary for their sustainable development. Having said that, we count on an active and responsible as well as efficient participation of a greater number of the international community members in our collective efforts to combat climate change. Thanks a lot. Thank you. Reuters, are you here with us? Madam Zakharova, good day. We have basically 3 questions to you and the same topic, Russia-US relations. I'd like to ask, at this point in time, are there any contacts between Russia and the US at the level of foreign ministries? When might there be another telephone conversation between Minister Lavrov and State Secretary Rubio? And what is the take of the Russian Foreign Ministry on the current level of relations between Russia and the US? Without any irony, I'd like to clarify, since Corriere della Sera has not published the interview, you still have probably read it, and if you read it, Foreign Minister Lavrov gave exhaustive replies to these questions. And when it comes to the state of Russia-US relations, we have inherited triggers and irritants from the previous administration. There are a lot of them. And once the current administration came to power, we saw the readiness that they were ready to resume a dialogue, and it is ongoing, although at not such a great pace. We have regularly stated that. As for the contacts between heads of foreign ministries, after Anchorage and the telephone call, there were no contacts so far, and the heads of foreign ministries of our countries reached an understanding that there should be regular contacts, which is important for the Ukrainian file and for bilateral agenda. These contacts will be continued, should need be, and we reaffirm, and that is something that Foreign Minister Lavrov talked at length about. We're still ready to have the second Russia-US summit in Budapest, provided it is built on the outcomes of the meeting in Alaska. As for the details on this matter, that's up to the presidential administration to comment on that. Thank you so much. Thank you for your question. News.ru, are you here with us? Hello, Madam Zakharova. News.ru, we have 2 questions. First of all, what's the take of the Russian Foreign Ministry on the case of private wallet of Zelensky, Timur Minich.
You see, here we need not to speak of the assessment of the actual fact. We speak about it all the time. This is not a fact of a single corruption issue. This is a world scale, international mafia, criminalized, bloody hydra that is basically wrapped around the whole planet and is trying to pump out money from the pockets of taxpayers of the Western countries into the pockets of the representatives of their elites. They've come up with this global system, how to use these means, because it's not to wash them, because it's impossible to wash them, but just to pump them and to redistribute them in their own pockets, in their own corners and hiding spots. So this is a global mafia connected with corruption schemes around the world, with illegal markets of arms distribution. This horrible scheme that many years ago was worked out. And we speak about it, we provide facts, we analyze, and we draw conclusions from that over at least 10 years. The situation that you describe as corruption was present in the state of Ukraine in the 90s. You could speak about the corruption, about the chaotic nature of what is taking place. Right now it's a conglomerate. It's a horrifying international unity, dirtied by blood, and it's shedding blood all around when trying to pump the Western means back into the West, but in a new way. And during the pandemic, we have said a lot about the trenches that were coming through the European Union, European Commission, and other institutions. They were providing millions and dozens of millions in order to assist the democracy in Ukraine, our economy in Ukraine. You could start the clock that within a few weeks or a month, the representatives of Ukrainian elite start purchasing luxurious items, and this money in parallel return to the very same banks they came from, just two different accounts, private, corporate, and other kind. And then the situation followed up with extremism, terrorism, and illegal arms trade, so on and so forth. So I would like to warn all those describing this situation against the use of the simplified wording as just a corruption scandal. No, it's not just a corruption scandal. It's yet another cyst that has burst open against the backdrop of a dying body of Ukraine. And it's not due to the lack of hygiene, but due to the criminal activity on an international scale that the Kyiv regime has been conducting as an element and the instrument in the hands of the Western elite. And the second question. The European Commission has adopted a decision to factically prohibit the issuing of multiple entry visas to the citizens of Russia. What will be Russia's response to this hostile move? I'd like to respond that it's yet another example of discrimination based on the nationality or the citizenship. The effort to indiscriminately punish Russians, and if they follow through with it, I cannot rule out that current neoliberal leadership of Europe will ask the EU to prevent entry to the EU all those who are staying true to traditional moral spirit and spiritual values. They will come up with any kind of excuse. I believe we're headed that way. We're already seeing how with the direct support of the EU Brussels, different kinds of discriminatory schemes are being worked out in Ukraine, where they've already targeted the Ukrainian Orthodox Church along with Russian culture, as well as the use of Russian language. And even 10 years ago, this seemed impossible, but currently this is rampant in Ukraine. It's quite telling that it's not just in Ukraine, but in many European countries. Yet another economic damage from the decision taken by the European Union will fall on the European trade and tourism. They try to excuse it all with some mystical Russian threat, but it crumbles under any criticism. And another act of shooting themselves in the foot. And as for the response measures, they will be made, they will be very much calibrated. But unlike the European Brussels, we try not, and we do not, segregate people into those who are following Nazism or not. We will take responsive measures, the kind of measures that respond to the interests of our country. But also that in line with the Russophobic rhetoric, that will be a measured response. Thank you. Is Almayadin with us? Yes. Good afternoon. We're always with you. The first question. The first train from Russia to the north-south transport corridor has arrived to Iran. Can it be said that Moscow has tried to trust more trustworthy partners? You see, I would like to focus on the positive and not the negative. We have repeatedly stated that the development of the international transport corridor north-south is one of the central topics of the regular Russian-Iranian context on different levels. And of course, they are undoubtedly our priority. And the importance to this infrastructure project was given in the contract on the comprehensive strategic partnership between our countries that entered into force on October 2nd, and the International Transport Corridor North-South was created based on the intergovernmental agreement between Russia, India, and Iran that was signed on September 12th, 2000. And I believe this rules out any speculations as for what partners that are deemed trustworthy or untrustworthy. That is just a powerful project that is being implemented for a long time, that disposes the transferring of shipments through three routes: the western that comes through Azerbaijan and Iran, the eastern that comes through Kazakhstan, Turkmenistan, and Iran, and the maritime route, the Trans-Caspian route, that uses the main ports of the region. The corridor plays a key role in providing transport interconnectedness of Eurasia. It allows to connect the north of the continent, including Russian ports in the Baltics and the Arctics, being the stable and effective route with large logistical points in the Persian Gulf and the Indian Ocean, with the Iranian Bandar Abbas or with Indian Mumbai. Our country considers any direction important and considers it important to establish constructive cooperation between all the participants of the project of International Transport Corridor North and South. And the important task remains the trial of the western and eastern routes in order to provide a seamless change of shipments. Together with our partners, we're doing everything we can in order to perfect the railway infrastructure, as well as eliminating administrative and technical barriers. As for the shipment transferring through the railway transportation from Russia to Iran, it has been working since 2014. Since the Eastern Railway route of the International Transport Corridor north-south was open, since then we have provided a regular container service, provided tariffs, and have lowered the cost of shipments. And we see the interest of all sides in order to develop the corridor, in order to establish full-scale constructive cooperation. On November 10th, in the port of Aprin, not far from Tehran, the first railway train with shipment has arrived, and of course it has gained a lot of attention from the media. Thank you. Thank you so much. Is the news front with us? Yes, good afternoon, Madam Zakharova. We just have one question, if you allow. The head of the operative commanding of the Bundeswehr, General Lieutenant Alexander Zolfrang, has stated that Berlin is ready for a war with Russia and can help transfer 800,000 officers of NATO to the Russian border. What is Russia's assessment of this statement? What kind of consequences is Germany facing in the event of this happening? You see, it's the same person who stated that Russia at any point could attack NATO. Do you remember? Could tomorrow launch a strike against the territory of alliance. And according to his words, by 2029, we will be ready for a full-fledged attack. He said and stated so much. You see, such statements from the NATO representatives are heard on a daily basis. It appears that it is all part of plain campaign on psychological preparedness of their nations in order to wreak havoc, to wreak fear, just to excuse their mistakes, their crimes, and of course to describe why such catastrophic events in the economy are, and of course to wash themselves of any kind of responsibility. And if this crazy idea to attack our country is harboring in their heads, then they should have no remaining doubts that we will respond using any kinds of possibilities that we have. And this has been repeatedly stated by the Russian leadership. And I believe that we're tired of repeating it, but we will continue to say it again and again, that we are harboring no plans whatsoever of attacking NATO. At the same time, any measures to ensure security against the alliance enlarging their contingents near our borders are already being taken right now. To put it shortly, we're ready for any turn of events. At the same time, we're always operating on the logic of peace, friendship, and mutual cooperation. Thank you. Thank you. Is Anadolu with us? Good afternoon, Madam Zakharova. We only have one question. Leader of the transitional period of Syria on November 10th visited the United States. Could you comment this visit where certain significant results were achieved? I'm not sure this issue requires any further specific comment on our side. We operate that these assessments have been given through the official representatives and agencies and the representatives of these contacts. If you have no further questions, then we're moving on. Is Irna with us?
As you know, the International Conference of Governors of the Caspian Sea littoral states will be held in Iran next week. At what level will Russia participate in this meeting? And in general, what is Moscow's view on the importance of developing cooperation between the Caspian Sea littoral states?
Yes, it is true. On November 18th to 19th, Russia will host for the first time the meeting of the Caspian states and its governors, and the initiator of its meeting was the Iranian side, and Russia's side regions, the Republic of Dagestan, Kalmykia, and Astrakhan region, plan on participating in this event at the highest level. It is planned that heads of regions will consider a wide range of issues of cooperation, including the economy, investments, transit, logistics, the investment of the international transport corridors north and south that I've spoken a lot about today, as well as the ecology, the environment protection of the Caspian Sea. And we believe that this meeting highlights the exceptional responsibility of the Caspian states, including the state of affairs in the Caspian Sea, responds to the demand for solving tasks due to the development of the region and its growing role in the region, as well as forming new architecture of indivisible security. We wish all kinds of success in the development and the best results to this conference. Thank you so much. Is Dunya News Pakistan with us?
I'm Shahid Guman, correspondent, Dunya News, Pakistan. Thank you for taking my question. I have two questions today. My first question is, I previously inquired about the draft readmission agreement between Russia and Pakistan. At the time, you mentioned that the draft was under discussion and that Russia is prepared to consider easing entry procedure for Pakistani citizens following the signing of an intergovernmental readmission agreement. My follow-up question is, have there been any recent developments regarding this agreement? And until it is finalized, is Moscow considering easing visa procedure for Pakistani citizens?
Я могу сказать еще раз, что
I can reiterate that the intergovernmental agreement on the readmission is a necessary requirement in order to change the admission process for the entry into Russia, and we consider the negotiations with Pakistan on the draft version of this document. I will circle back in order to tell you if there are any more details, but the work continues.
Current Pakistan-Afghanistan border tension and recent clashes, does Russia intend to play any mediating or diplomatic role to promote peace and stability in the region?
напряженность в
The tension in the Afghano-Pakistani relations remains a point of concern not just for Russia, but due to statements from international capitals of the international community as a whole. Together with our partners, we call on Kabul and Islamabad to solve any disagreements through diplomatic means. As you know, Russia is always ready to contribute to peace if there is such need for the conflicting sides. We have such kind of experience and we're ready to assist.
Дальше с нами Льгов.
Thank you so much. Is the Voice of Fatherland with us? Good afternoon, Madam Zakharova. The Voice of Fatherland is with you. In Ireland, in the presidential elections, Catherine Connolly won the election, who is openly standing against the militarization of Europe and denounces the role of NATO in escalating the situation with Russia. Ireland traditionally stood aside from the anti-Russian line of Brussels, and the new president could strengthen that course. What do you think? Could her victory be a symbol of an important turn in the relations between Ireland and Russia? It is true that we have taken note of the victory in the presidential elections of Ireland. The representative of the left party, Catherine Connolly, who has taken the office on November 11th, and it's quite important that according to her campaign statements, she's staying true to more balanced approaches when it comes to relevant international foreign policy issue. And she's quite critical on the Western policy in the Russian area, and she stands for the neutrality of her country. Those were her campaign statements. Of course, we will see how it continues.
Let me just remind you that Ireland is a parliamentary republic, and the key decisions on foreign and defense policy of the country are taken by the government headed by the Prime Minister. current Prime Minister Michal Martin and his team clearly claim that they are committed to the Brussels common EU anti-Russian line, including when it comes to Ukraine. They can constantly stand against or stand for sanctions against our country and bringing Russia to justice and so on. The ruling right-center coalition basically opted to erode this constitutional ban on the state's participation in military conflicts, and this could dismantle the military neutral status of this country. In any case, we will judge not by words but by deeds. And at the same time, let me remind you that Moscow has always stood for a meaningful dialogue and win-win cooperation with all the members, responsible members of the international community, provided they respect and take into account Russian national interests. Thank you. I have the second question. In his recent statement, German President Frank-Walter Steinmeier claimed unprecedented threats against Germany. He put the blame on Russia partially, including Russia allegedly supports far-right forces. He said, never in our history has democracy and freedom faced such an attack. What do we have to do with that? I'm sorry for interrupting you, but that is just absurd. Recently, Macron remembered these bugs, but he said that, well, Russia spreads fakes on bugs in France. But I'm sorry, but this follows the same line. Well, it's just a funny matter for us, and we can only laugh about that. And the people in France and Germany see who is the reason behind their problems. They want to solve these problems. They don't want to listen to this mantra that Russia allegedly is to blame. They understand that they have these problems historically, or that they have some historical context and pretext, that these problems have just become more urgent, that there are no decent people among their government or the ruling parties that could offer a way out of these problematic situations. The people in the government are so illiterate and ineffective that they make the situation even worse. Inventing this and putting all the blame on Russia is just a dead-end street. You remember how many years they've been saying that Russia could not be considered a democratic country because allegedly, it has the signs of censorship, or there is no freedom of media. But take a look at what is happening. Yesterday, the BBC said sorry to the U.S. president that it censored his statement that looked like an opposite position to his position. And these took a scandal and an investigation. After the visit of Donald Trump to London, take a look at what is happening in the Italian media outlets. They got answers to their questions, but they do not publish these answers. They make censorship, and they say they don't have space for this interview. They want to present something that is at odds with the actual interview, an interview with the Russian foreign minister. Such examples abound. There are problems, there are crimes against journalists, and to my deep regret, there are even killings of journalists, and this happens in all countries. But only our country and, well, several other countries are a source of concern to the international community. Well, actually, it's not an international community, it's the Western community. They just meticulously scrutinize the investigation, and they chastise this investigation, and they follow all these problems and draw inconsistent conclusions. What about their countries? How many crimes have they committed regarding their own journalists? There were a lot of cases in point. They arrested them, they beaten them, they killed them due to various reasons. There were criminal cases, there were political cases as well. Reasons were different, and so what? They have never drawn any kind of conclusions regarding themselves as compared to what they did with regard to Russia. These are not double standards. This is lacking standards. And in Germany, it is becoming good manners to claim that all the mistakes and all the blunders of the government were made because of Russia or because of China. Sometimes it's more China and less Russia, as they see fit, in order to distract the voters from dire problems, stagnating economy, the stagnating industry and migration crisis. Let's take a look at that. Western countries experience problems with the economy because they introduced sanctions since 2014, and their markets suffered enormous losses due to countermeasures. They were the ones to introduce sanctions. They were not the ones who did it. As for the industry that is going bankrupt, how long do you need to use this ideology of rather degrading ideas? How long will you need to put it above ethics and science and ignore reality? Of course, you will see a stagnation in the industry. As for the migration crisis, well, who triggered this crisis? Where did this migrant come from? Who introduced their order in the Middle East, in Africa? They shut down the coalitions. Well, at that time, the German government was wise enough not to join the U.S. coalition, but after that, the following leadership of Germany lost these qualities. How long have they supported Anglo-Saxon decisions aimed at ousting the regime, which led to the change of the regimes and the revolutions, endless destabilization in the Middle East and North Africa? This resulted in an enormous influx of migrants. They had crossed the Mediterranean, and they went to Germany, to France, using Turkey and other countries. Who is to blame for that, rather than countries who believe that they could install their order in other countries? What is Russia having to do with that? They had a coup in Ukraine, and Germany played one of the main roles here. Hence the collapse of the statehood in Ukraine, hence the flow of migrants or refugees, IDPs, you name it. They were the ones who instigated this situation. They were the ones who brought up such leaders as Klitschko using German money. They sent their ambassadors and representatives on Maidan. They provided the intel. Suffice it to remember the conversation between the Bundeswehr officers regarding the Crimean Bridge. It was made public 18 months ago or a year ago. We will provide the link. Growing crime rates. Once again, I do not know how they call it, liberalization of anti-drug legislation, legalization of drugs everywhere, inventing stories that drugs are not bad. Actually, that is something that is progressive. What does it lead to? It doesn't reduce crime. It makes crime skyrocket. They have decriminalized a lot of drug cases. A year ago, 18 months ago, we talked about the efforts by Germany to decriminalize drugs. Xenophobia, what does Russia have to do with that? It's not about turning the traditional values into new ethics. We're talking about neglect for traditional religions and the failed migration policy that is not based on anything, as well as the criminal policy to shape the life of modern states. This led to xenophobia when people start hating each other simply because their rulers didn't create decent conditions for their life, but they created even indecent conditions for their life. And the cherry on top of that is the media censorship, which is thriving in such countries as Germany. Virtually on a manual basis, the government has been controlling the media space, and they use the relevant models, funding, sponsorship, support, and so on. They have this idea, this dream of a rematch, and the German authorities try to put into oblivion the historical reconciliation between the peoples of Russia and Germany. They want to inflict a strategic defeat upon us, and they want to inflict an economic damage to our country. At the same time, they forget that the prosperity of Russia, its economic growth, and providing resources, trade, cooperation, this has always benefited the Western Europe, and it has all been put into oblivion by their establishment. They fear the looming Russian threat, and they have unfolded this aggressive Russophobic campaign, as well as the militarization of the country. It is well known from the history how it all ended up in the past, and the officials in Berlin should have long drawn painful but useful and necessary lessons. But that is only possible in one case, when there is still common sense and sobriety. But when we see, in case of the current leadership and previous leadership, when that is lacking, or when they have lost this common sense, then they will keep on repeating these mistakes, obviously. Moving on. After E, are you here with us? Hello. Well, thanks a lot, Madam Zakharova. Hello, Ruslan Pankratov. After E, first of all, let me thank you for the very bright statement at the 5th International Forum that you made yesterday. We discussed it a lot, and we quoted you a lot. We have 3 questions today. Today, the behavior of the Baltic states shows that they depend on the U.S. policy. Is it possible to resume any diplomatic sovereignty with them? Has there been any official response from Riga regarding this forced deportation of our compatriots? You know that the Baltic regimes continue to consistently pursue the aggressive policy against Russia. There was a set of hostile steps by Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia. State dialogue has been halted, as well as inter-state interaction. Our diplomatic relations have been decreased, and we have reduced the number of diplomats. As of now, there's been no resumption of dialogue. Vilnius, Riga, and Tallinn have been consistently implementing the policy of forced de-Russification of public space and educational space. They've been encouraging neo-Nazism. Unfortunately, the current geopolitical context allows the Baltic nationalists to use the mentorship of Western sponsors to feel that they are immune In Latvia, once they adopted migration amendments, some 3,000 Russian citizens had to flee the country. Part of Russians are still under the threat of deportation. Some of them are elderly people. They have problems with health, and certainly this is a barbaric attitude that is condemned by the whole civilized humanity. We will use the whole toolbox at our disposal in order to raise awareness about this dire problem of our compatriots in Latvia. Thank you. I have the second question. What is the response of the Foreign Ministry on introducing 500% tariffs on import from countries that buy Russian energy? Well, you know, from the economic standpoint, imposing 500% tariffs on goods from third countries that buy Russian oil and gas, well, is something that is absurd, and that is similar to completely halting trade relations with countries, because Russian energy is supplied to dozens of countries all around the world, including Europe, Asia Pacific, China, India, among other things. And it is not possible to replace such volume of oil and natural gas, given the processes of digitalization that require even more power and energy. This task is becoming even harder or even impossible. Experts understand it full well. Those who call to introduce such, well, not tariffs, but some barriers and blocks possibly do not realize the negative repercussions for the U.S. as well as for the global economy. Such step would be a flagrant violation of the rules of the international trade law. I don't think that such threats that just look like populist Russophobic mottos will have any impact on the trade and economic policy of our key partners. They are guided on us, well, in their foreign policy, just like Russia. They are guided by their own national interests. They're not guided by the statements and possible actions by third countries, especially when this is made in such a way. Thank you. By way of concluding, how does Russia intend to use the growing clout of BRICS in order to create alternative financial mechanisms and payment systems that would allow member states to decrease their dependence on Western financial institutions? We'll provide you a detailed reply, and we will publish it on our website, because we want to take historic perspective on that. We want to make reference to all the historical cases and provide you detailed information. We will definitely do that. Thank you so much. If you have no further questions, goodbye. I wish you all the best, and see you next time.